Oh, I have to hire her first. Hire Yefa and then Korgrak. Berathid Cleric dismiss. Hire Yefa. And then who else should I dismiss? Vanguard Soldier dismiss. Hire Korgrak the Ogre. Alright. I wonder where Korgrak is located in Kaidnua. It shouldn't be hard finding him. He's big. He's a big boy. Yefa says, being this deep in the woods gives a girl ideas. Iris Mitchell says, you're a woman of action, aren't you? That's it? Okay. Hold that thought.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Korgrak says, that warden's a fine hunting partner. knows some campfire songs too. Wait, which warden? Your Orlan shopkeeper. She sells ogre blood? Oh, oopsie. Maybe I should tell her, not to sell ogre blood. Okay, which warden is he talking about? Let me check my hireling list. I like what you've done with your garden, says Korgrak. Okay, keep in mind, don't hunt kith, don't eat kith, especially if they are a part of Kait Nua. Understand, Korgrak? It's good to find a place that doesn't smell of pig bones and spider feces. I'm glad you've got a proper kitchen. Had a few close calls with campfires here. Nice strong walls here, safer than any cave. Just be careful, don't turn your hunger towards the denizens of Kait Nua. Or any kith. Oh, he meant Warden of the Wilds. Oh, I guess Korgrak is bonding with this Warden of the Wilds. I'll make sure not to dismiss this Warden of the Wilds.
Hey, hope I didn't seem ungrateful back there in the battlefield. And you went out of your way.
Arismetal says it was important to you, my dear Eder.
Got real close. Didn't expect that. You know, for a second, I thought I was gonna finally see some answers.
Eder smiles ruefully.
Foolish, of course. And why should I get answers? There's a world of Aethasians out there, don't know if their god's been blown up. Still, man can't help looking back. Guess you'd know that well as anyone.
Eder claps you on the shoulder. Eder stares off, focusing on some distant thing, unseen and unrealized.
I might have turned my back on my god when he needed me. That's all I'll ever know.
Arismetal asks, what would your brother have to say about that?
He'd tell me to trust him. Of course, it'd be a lot easier if I knew his mind. But, maybe I don't need to.
Eder blinks, considering. He cocks an eyebrow and his mouth perks up at the one end.
Something to think about, I guess.
Yeah. Whenever you need someone to talk to, I'm all ears, Eder. Okay, since Bailorian is dead, now it's just Arismetal and Concelhaut. What if Bailorian was right, that the Angwithan artifact can give us coin? So much coin that can buy a republic. Imagine how can I use that coin to make Kait Nua strong and great. But am I willing to kill someone to take their possession. I don't think Arismital is the kind of person that does that kind of thing, but who knows? Maybe I don't know him. Let's see. A place of great silence. 5 years ago, 12 senior monks of the Ixtlochi began a silent pilgrimage into Tlatektuan, forbidding hills plagued by severe weather that locals believe are cursed by the gods. The monks were supposed to emerge from their retreat this year, but they have not returned. An expedition of novices into Tlatektuan discovered their camp, but they were shocked to find only hollow skin shells of their masters sitting in a circle, frozen in their meditative poses. The inner circle of the Ixtlochi theorize that the masters have transcended their previous physical forms and may be wandering the eastern reach. They have sent word to the various lords in Reatseras and the Dirwood that the Ixtlochi would very much like to be reunited with their masters so their wisdom can be passed on to a new generation. Alright, hollow skin of shells reminds me of what happened at the ruins of Sealand Lis, and also the vessel at the Sliaban Rilag device. Interesting.
I shall. I shall.
Wait a minute, look at the ground. Countless of skeletons. What the heck?
Hmm?
Indeed.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
The path is blocked. What the heck is this?
The better part of valor. I'm here. Of course.
The shelves of this bookcase overflow with books, loose pages, and miscellaneous artifacts. Many of the spines you can see are scrolled with indecipherable glyphs, and more are completely blank. A proper search of this mess would probably take hours. Search the bookcase. Near the back of the shelf you find a tome covered in strange symbols. It doesn't look like much at first, but you eventually recognize the symbols as incantations in the book and a grimoire. Hours of searching leave your back aching and your eyes sore. You don't find anything else of value. You have gained an item, battle-worn grimoire added to the stash. Really? Thrall assassin. A man totters toward you as if drunk. He stops a few feet in front of you and looks at a point over your shoulder with wide glazed eyes. Thrall assassin, implying this assassin is under control? Some kind of manipulation? Thrall assassin says, Thanos must speak with you, Orlan. Come, come. Who is Thanos? Isn't this Concelhaut's place? Who is Thanos?
What's this? I'll handle this. I'll have this open in no time. It's done.
There are several animated weapons here. Who is this Uariki?
Watch it! Distract me again and you're like to lose an eye.
What the heck? Even as she speaks, the Aumaua looks not at you, but at a row of weapons laid out on a table. Arismittel asks, aren't you concerned about the siege outside?
Concelhaut hasn't even bothered to come out of his study since the attack started, so why should I worry?
Uariki grins and shakes her head.
Need something? I'm still busy here.
Uariki places a dagger on a scale and scrawls a note on the parchment beside her. Arismittel says, I'm surprised I'm allowed to wander so freely.
If Concelhaut didn't want you here, you'd have known it the moment you came down those stairs. And then you'd be dead. If you were lucky.
Uariki pauses. Arismittel asks, what are you doing?
Cataloging weights, centers of gravity. Controlling a 3.5-foot blade in the air is harder than it looks.
Uariki balances a sword between her index fingers and jots a note. What? Arismittel says, tell me about Concelhaut.
He's not someone you want to cross. Or disappoint. You know, I really should get back to work.
Uariki scratches the back of her head. Arismittel asks, who else is in Crackhold?
Aside from me, there are 3 other apprentices working on their own projects. I don't know anything about Sabel or Peldon, but stay away from Tanos, the Vithrak. There's something about him I don't trust.
So there's Uariki, Sabel, Peldon, and a Vithrak named Thanos. Arismittel says goodbye.
Need something? I'm still busy here.
Uariki places a dagger on a scale and scrawls a note on the parchment beside her. Okay. There is no movement from the creature inside this tank. The creature in the tank remains still, but its eyes follow you as you get close. An Aumaua-sized creature floats in this tank. Its flesh is shriveled and grey. Huh. There is no movement from the creature inside this tank. So these are the creatures I fought outside. What is their name again? Algur? No, it's Algul, not Algur, alright.
I'll have this open in no time. It's done.
Paladin's research notes, as if I'd leave notes on my experiments for anyone to find. But while you're reading this, Uariki, if one of your weapons wanders in here again, I'm keeping it. Sabel, I've never talked to you, but stay out of my lab anyway. Thanos, I doubt you can even read, but I'm feeding your minions to my test subjects the next time I catch one of them loitering outside my lab. These students have no love for each other, huh? Or maybe it's just Paladin. The laboratory reeks of rotting flesh, but the elf doesn't seem to notice. He's busy writing notes into a small book and he doesn't even look up as you approach. But he frowns when your shadow falls across his page.
Stand back, ghoul. I'll summon you when I have need of you.
Paladin points to a dim corner of the laboratory. Arismital says... Arismital stays where he is. Paladin finally looks up at you, startled and irritated.
Effigy's eyes, who are you?
Paladin shakes his head and waves a hand, nearly grazing you with his... I'm sorry about my stuttering. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Nearly grazing you with his... Oh my god, my stuttering is getting worse and worse. He shakes his head and waves a hand, nearly grazing you with his pen. It's so hard for me to say that word.
I don't have time for this. Get out of here and leave me to my work, alright?
Paladin returns to his notes before you can even answer. Arismital says, "These ghouls are different, more docile and less rotten."
I should hope so. I've been trying to stabilize them, prevent them from decaying further.
Paladin looks at you out of the corners of his eyes.
Of course, the process is not yet complete.
Arismital asks, "Can you tell me anything about Concelhaut?" Paladin glances up long enough to shoot you a suspicious glare.
If you've never studied his repertoire of spellwork, never read of his accomplishments in Maestre Albena's histories of modern magic, and somehow missed the small army he's held back outside, then no, I don't know what to tell you.
Such a smug attitude.
Except that he's a powerful wizard with little patience.
Paladin licks his thumb and turns a page. Arismital asks, "What do you know about Crackhold?"
Why must you bother me with such inane questions? Go interrupt one of the other apprentices. Their time is much less valuable than mine.
Okay.
Now is not the time.
Paladin does his best to ignore you, so I forgot to ask question number 1 and now it disappears. So I guess what he's doing here, he's trying to create ghoul. I mean al ghoul that doesn't decay and rot. Okay, but from what material is he creating these al ghouls? I wonder. I hope he's not using kith to, you know, to fuel his experiments. But in one of the tanks in this room, there is an Aumaua-sized creature. So I'm guessing he uses kith after all. Do I really want to get involved in this kind of practice?
I'll handle this. It's done.
I didn't know it's going to make them hostile. What the heck is this?
Of course.
Sabel, the dwarf whirls to face you. Her face and throat are twisted with fresh scar tissue. What? Her remaining eye narrows as she assesses you. Her face and throat are twisted with fresh scar tissue? What happened? Sabel says out. Her voice is little more than a croak as she points you to the door. Arismital asks, "What are you working on?" She hisses and gestures angrily at the door. Arismital says, "I just have a few questions." Sabel holds up her right hand, 3 fingers extended. As you watch, she lowers one, then another. She looks from you to the door. Wait, I'm guessing she's going to attack if I don't leave? I'm going to choose number 2, but for curiosity's sake, I want to know what happened if I choose number 1. Arismital says, "I really want to see what happens at 3. Sabel snarls and reaches for her grimoire. Oh my goodness. Arismital says, "Alright, I'm going." Thanos, a Vithrak, turns to you, clicking its mandibles and long clawed fingers together. The creature floats above the ground and sways. Just as it looks like it's going to leap on you, you hear a voice in your head. "I've dealt with your kinds down in the endless path." Well, dealt with some of them and make friends with some of them. Thanos says, "Orlan beast comes, yes. Most pleased is Thanos." The Vithrak pauses, looking you up and down with beady eyes. Beady or gaudy, huh? Thanos says, "Not apprentice. No, Orlan beast is something else." Thanos leans closer, membranes around its jaws pulse and tremble. It seems to be smelling you. Ew, stop it, you creep. Thanos says, "No camp smell. Not like warrior hive above, no. The Vithrak's thoughts are a whisper in your mind. It kneads its mouth parts together thoughtfully." Thanos says, "If not apprentice and not warrior drone, then maybe Orlan Beast's ally, yes?" Thanos' eyes shine. Arismita asks, "What are you doing here?" Thanos says, "Making spell to please Master C." The Vithrak extends one slender arm toward a nearby thrall. As the Vithrak mutters unintelligible syllables, the thrall turns to you and bows. "Much work to be done, yes, but control spell will please Master greatly." Control spell? You can use it on me too, I guess. I'm not having any of this. Arismetal asks, "Who are all these people with you?" The Vithrak waves its arms. "Servants, guards, useful tools." "Okay, so you use your control spell to make these people as your thralls, but where did they come from? Are they the soldiers under Baerolian? Or did you just make them your thrall and you just happen to pick targets from innocent bystanders? Arismetal asks, "You think we can help each other?" Thanos says, "With Ki, with apprentice rivals." The Vithrak chirps its excitement. Thanos works hard for Master, but other apprentices, nasty beasts, want to be Master's favorite, want to kill Thanos. Thanos chitters pitifully. Arismetal asks, "What do you want me to do for you?" Thanos says, "Kill apprentice rivals, of course." Thanos draws his spindly claws into fists. "You want me to kill the other apprentices? Wait a minute here." Thanos knows. Orlan Beast came to see Master. But Master has door and door wants Ki. Thanos spreads his mandible wide to show you a round, toothed orifice. Arismetal says, "Tell me about this Ki." Thanos says, "Ki is words, is knowledge." One claw traces a spiraling pattern across a creature's rigid skull. Thanos says, "Master give Ki part to each apprentice. Say clever, strongest apprentice take all Ki parts." Thanos accentuates the thought by squeezing a tight fist. But Orlan Beast take Ki parts from other apprentice rivals, yes? Then Thanos give final Ki part. The Vithrak scuttles closer, chattering and interlacing his fingers. Thanos is clever as apprentice, no? For after Orlan Beast sees Master, then Thanos see Master become new favorite. The Vithrak's unblinking eyes glitter. What? Arismetal says, "I'll keep that in mind. Let's talk about something else." Thanos hovers in place, one mandible twitching. Arismetal says, "Wait, how do you know why I'm here?" Thanos hovers in place, one mandible twitching. Thanos says, "Master is greatest of wizards. What else would Orlan Beast seek?" Arismetal says, "You seem pretty eager to work with me." Thanos eager to earn Master's favor, eager still to survive. Arismetal says, "I'm going." Thanos says, "Orlan Beast returns bringing Ki parts, yes?" The corpse's skin has been peeled back and held in place with a thick, viscous webbing. What? You skin a corpse? For what? Wait, are you eating them? The corpse, I mean? The glass jars on the shelves contain brains of various sizes. The pungent stench of some type of preservative emanates from these shelves. The thrall stares back at you with empty eyes. Thrall Assassin says, "Come, speak to Thanos." Void Seer says, "Silence. Do not disturb the apprentices. You come seeking Concelhaut's favor." The apprentices grow restless, dangerous. You see no keyhole in the door, yet a voice booms from the other side, almost as if the speaker were standing right in front of you.
Your master awaits a worthy pupil. Let the apprentice who has perfected a spell and gathered the lessons of his fellows speak his purpose.
Leave. Oh, I can see a mouth on top of the door. Is that how the door speaks?
Now is not the time.
Pelden says, "Now is not the time." He does his best to ignore you. Arismittel says, "I want your portion of the key." He looks up, his cheeks flush and his eyes wide and wounded.
Has my progress been too slow? Did Concelhaut send you to... No matter.
Pelden sighs. He snaps his book shut and raises his hand. an incantation already on his lips. What? I just want your key. What? Paladin's note. Paladin, you're the most talented of my apprentices, but your understanding is merely a page among the tomes of knowledge I've accumulated. Curb your pride until you've earned it. No weakness is deadlier. I can almost see your hands shaking and your face reddening as you read this. You think that mastering a few basic hexes makes you my worthy pupil. I'd crafted the parasitic stuff when I was half your age, and while I worked, my peers plotted against me. You may have surpassed the others for now, but they will band together against you if you give them reason. Conceal your skill with mistakes. Hide your malice behind smiles. Sacrifice your vanity for a few precious years, that you might survive long enough to earn the title of wizard. Ah. Sabel, the woman snarls and reaches for her grimoire.
This isn't working!
It's not working!
That's not very helpful.
I have them!
Sabel's note. Sabel, it gives me pride to see what you've suffered for your craft. The other apprentices may be more learned than you, but none match your tenacity. For you understand something they do not. Your body is a shell. If you are to achieve the power you desire, you will outlive it. Your fellows fight and scheme against one another. Only you recognize your true foe. Sabel's research notes. Success with the new formula. The bonding with the vessel material is twice as strong as before. Presentation for Concelhaut will be excellent. Need to acquire more skeletons first before I can demonstrate my experiment to the other apprentices. So I'm just crashing into their tower, killing all these apprentices who are here to learn from Concelhaut. Like I said, I really don't know Archmage. It turns out that he's... What was I saying? Oh yeah, I thought I knew Archmage, but I didn't. I don't know him. Archmage is perfectly willing to go into someone's tower with people there studying and seeking knowledge and just kill them because he wants to see this Concelhaut. Archmage seems to be a benevolent individual from the outside, but deep down inside, he's ruthless, I guess.
I'll handle this. Carrying. I'll have this open in no time. It's done. I'll handle this. It's done. Of course.
However, even though Archmage is ruthless, at least the people that he's killing here are not exactly will be missed. Not the kind of individuals that will make a lot of people angry. Look at this room. This dwarf holds corpses inside, and I doubt these people are soldiers from the Torn Banner mercenary outside. I think this dwarf and the other apprentices might have nabbed or took or kidnapped whatever individual they came across to fuel their experiments. Both them, the apprentices, and Aris, both are ruthless, I guess. What I meant to say is, these apprentices are not the kind of people that if I kill them will make a lot of people angry. But yeah, it's not as if Archmage is an honest, good individual himself. Something bubbles and hisses within this vat. Its metal sides are hot enough to scald. Liquid metal drips from the dangling skeleton.
Need something? I'm still busy here.
Uariki places a dagger on a scale and scrawls a note on the parchment beside her. Arismital says, I'm here for your piece of the key.
That filthy spider put you up to this? He's using you, you know. Thinks he can control you like one of his mindless puppets.
Uariki shows you a row of sharp teeth. Her eyes dart from the weapons on her work table to you.
Tell you what, you help me instead, and I'll give you whatever he's offered plus a little extra. Deal?
What he's offered and a little extra? Remind me, have Arismital have Arismital gentlemanly agree to Thanos to do his bidding? If I remember correctly, Arismital only say, I'll think about it, or something like that. No? But isn't seem to be... But the fact remains that Thanos is the one who approached Arismital and came up with this idea. So, should I honor the fact that Thanos was the first that approached Arismital and not double-cross him? There is no double-cross technically, because Arismital didn't say yes, he just said I'll think about it or something like that. But still... Technically, Arismital didn't say yes, he just says I'll think about it. Let's see here, what will benefit? And because there was no contract, because there was no verbal contract happen between Arismital and Thanos, now what will be the most profitable route for Arismital? Uariki promises that she will give what Thanos offered and extra, so this is the more profitable route. And besides, Uariki's experiments is dealing with inanimate objects like these weapons, while Thanos deals with kith. And who knows? Maybe one of those kith in the future might be someone that come from my domain, under the jurisdiction of Kaitnua. But again, this is the route that is more profitable for Arismital, so I guess I'll take her offer. Arismital says, but Thanos was the one that approached Aris first. I think that alone should be respected. I think that should be respected, that Thanos approached Arismital first. I'm confused. I'm torn. Arismital says, fine.
Good. Come back when you've got the other pieces of the key.
Uariki's muscle-knotted shoulders relax. Thanos' Orlan Beast returns, bringing key parts, yes? Arismital says, I'm taking your piece of the key now. The Vithrak hisses, no, treacherous beast.
Follow your
Breathe. Lickna!
Thanos' note. Thanos. More than any of the others, you have chosen a path that complements your natural strength. Your mind is a maze and you use it to ensnare not only your thralls, but also your fellow pupils. They are blind to it because they look at you and see an animal. Which is why I shall warn you once. Attempt your trickery on me, and I will give your corpse to Pelden. I feel the working of your mind as surely as you would feel a disturbance in your web. You would displace me as readily as you'd follow me, but the first defense of any wizard is a warded mind, and I have had centuries to strengthen mine. Okay, if Concelhaut doesn't trust Thanos, then why would he took Thanos in as his apprentice? Doesn't make sense.
I shall. I'll have this open in no time.
Need something? I'm still busy here.
Archmage says, I found part of the key to Concelhaut's chambers.
That's a good start. Let me know when you found the rest and I'll give you my piece.
Archmage says, I got the parts of the key from the other apprentices.
Good. Take this too. Now, just so we're clear, I don't know your business with him, and I don't want to either.
Wariki nods. She folds her arms. Fair enough.
So if you get into trouble, don't expect me at your side. Far as I'm concerned, our business is happily concluded.
Wariki gives you a smart nod and returns to her work.
Like I said, leave me out of your business with Concelhaut. Like I said, leave me out of your business with Concelhaut.
I'll handle this. It's done. I'll have this open in no time. I'll handle this. It's done. I'll have this open in no time. It's done.
Your master awaits a worthy pupil. Let the apprentice who has perfected a spell and gathered the lessons of his fellows speak his purpose.
Arismital says I'm ready to see Concelhaut.
First you shall prove your merit. A wizard must protect himself from the arcane and the mundane, from spellcaster and soldier alike. Of the many defenses available to the wizard, which comes first?
Arismital says a worded mine.
You have learned well. But a wizard must also defend against his own deficiencies, lest he fall to them. Which weakness is deadliest?
Arismital says pride.
Many fall by overestimating their own power. Yet for the wizard who understands the nature of magic, power is nearly limitless. What quality of magic is most critical to powerful spellwork?
Arismital says mystery. Few understand magic.
Return to the lessons I have given you and your fellows before you speak again.
The air grows colder. You feel the speaker's disappointment like a lash on your back. The presence in the door retreats. Wait, is the wrong answer?
Your master away. A wizard must protect. You have learned, but a wizard must. Many fall. Yet for the wizard who understands the nature of magic, power is nearly limitless. What quality of magic is most critical to powerful spellwork?
Ubiquity. It can be found everywhere.
Return to the lessons I have given. Your master a wizard must. You have learned, but a wizard must. Many fall. Yet for the wizard who understands the nature of magic, power is nearly limitless. What quality of magic is most critical to powerful spellwork?
Oh, did Wariki give me the key? Maybe I should read it first. Arismito says spectacle. It dazzles and impresses.
Return to the lessons I...
Oh, I have to read it first, I guess. Wariki's note. Wariki, you tinker with blades and bludgeons while your peers shape the bodies and minds of kith, and they look down on you for it. Let them. Spellwork often attracts a certain kind of mind, one drawn to the mystery and theater of grand arcane spectacle. But you are burdened with no such pretension. You see magic for what it is. Power, raw and malleable. You shape it as best suits your needs, and this is what gives the greatest spells their strength. While the other apprentices are still perfecting their own ambitious spells, you will complete yours. When that day comes, strike them down and do not hesitate. Oh, so Concelhaut urges their students to be hostile towards one another, or at least he urged Wariki to backstab the other apprentices, so he encourages this kind of environment amongst his students. Why?
Your master... a wizard you have learned, but a wizard many yet for the wizard who understands the nature of magic, power is nearly limitless. What quality of magic is most critical to powerful spellwork?
Arismital says malleability. It can be shaped into any spell.
Yes, though few will ever grow skilled enough to wield it well. One test of your understanding remains. What is a wizard's true foe?
Arismital says the ambition of rivals.
Return to the lessons I have.
What? Is it a
Your master awaits.
Is it a
worthy?
jealous?
A wizard must. You have learned, but a wizard many fall. Yet for the wizard who are. Yes, one test of your understanding remains. What is a wizard's true foe?
Arismital says mortality.
You may proceed.
Oh, okay. Concelhaut, an emaciated figure hunches over a stack of books. As you enter the room, it rises and you feel as though you can see each rib and vertebrae shift into place beneath a pale film of flesh. It turns, twisting wasted skin and tendons around its bones. Two eyes burn from its angular, shrunken face.
How far you've come from the silks and frills of your youth. Your kin would stand aghast to see you now.
Concelhaut's eyes glitter.
What brings you to my study?
Arismital asks, "What are you?" Concelhaut raises a hand and turns it in the air before himself. The flesh is so thin that you can see the bones moving beneath it.
What did you expect to find? An old man hiding from his attackers? Or a young man taking the battle to them? Weak or strong, the flesh expires. To survive, one must transcend it.
Concelhaut's eyes dim as he watches you waiting. Arismital says, "You're a lich." Is it lich or lick? You're a lich. Concelhaut nods, the bones of his neck creak.
And beyond the grip of a common death, for I have already embraced an uncommon one.
Arismital asks, "Wait, how do you know who I am?" A dry croak of laughter tumbles from the lick's throat. "I've poured my life into a phylactery, waiting for one such as you. Is what you are that interests me."
Spells are fueled by ambient essence in the ether, a miserly trickle of energy that leaks from the wheel.
Concelhaut traces arcane shapes in the air around him.
Because the medium is so poor, a wizard must normally focus his efforts on the runes and incantations that channel it.
Concelhaut tenses his narrow fingers.
But imagine what could be done with a more powerful source of essence. A watcher's soul, for instance.
Dang it, I skipped another set of questions because I chose the higher number option. I hate this, dang it. Arismital says, "When I heard about the torn bannerman, I thought you might need help."
I can deal with whatever pathetic mercenary band my rivals have sent after my phylactery.
A dry croak of laughter trembles from the Lick's throat. Concelhaut runs a bony finger along his cheek, his eyes dim thoughtfully.
But yes, you can help. Spells are fueled by ambient essence in the ether, a miserly trickle of energy that leaks from the wheel.
Oh, it leads to the same respawn, no matter if I choose number 7 or if I choose number 2, okay. Concelhaut traces arcane shapes in the air around him.
Because the medium is so poor, a wizard must normally focus his efforts on the runes and incantations that channel it.
Concelhaut tenses his narrow fingers.
But imagine what could be done with a more powerful source of essence. A watcher's soul, for instance.
Concelhaut's eyes flash. A rictus grin twists his lips. Arismital asks. Arismital says, Tell me about your phylactery.
Would you think to steal it from under my nose? As if it were so easy. A phylactery isn't some bauble I wear around my neck or hide in a chest. It's a complex layer of spellwork, carved into my skull with runes and sealed with a peg of Adra.
The spare flesh stretched across his cheeks twitches at the memory.
It is the reason I'm here, surviving.
Arismital asks, who are your rivals?
In my eyes or theirs? You've surely heard of the great Archmages of Eora. Nina Gauth, Minoletta, Sitzel, and Kolakoth. Archimir and Lengroth, too.
Concelhaut laughs. So he has many rivals? Archmages, Nina Gauth, Minoletta, Sitzel, Kalakoth, Archimir, and Lengrath. So all these archmages are rivals, or are they banded together against Concelhaut because they want the same thing? The Concelhaut's phylactery, perhaps?
We've all shaped the study and practice of magic, just not always to our mutual taste.
Concelhaut shrugs. Arismital asks, do you know who hired the torn bannerman?
One of the other archmages, no doubt.
Concelhaut flicks his bony wrist.
My wager's on Archimir or Lengrath, always hiding behind glamours and diversions. But it could have been any of my rivals.
Arismital asks, what kind of magic requires the power of a watcher's soul?
The most demanding and visionary kind. The kind that wizards have argued over for centuries. Names like Cadabald the Red and Mora of the Seven Hills. Even you must know of them.
Concelhaut leans forward, his bones rattling in his fervor. Arismital says, I still don't know what you're talking about.
The power to warp and wind time, like a skein of wool wrapped about your finger, to strangle its flow to a mere trickle, perhaps to reverse it altogether.
The pits of Concelhaut's eyes burn fever bright. Oh, okay. Arismital says, I don't need to hear any more. I'll leave you to your own experiments. Goodbye. Have a good day.
Where are you going? I'm just getting started with you.
Concelhaut stiffens as you turn. But of course.
I have them! Don't even... This isn't working!
A gift
if the invasion doesn't wake up!
Lavaroo, be...
Sleep would do me good. Yes?
I thought I was about to lose this battle, but Arismital and his companions proved to be very capable. Concelhaut's skull. The skull floats through some mysterious power of its own, chattering its teeth and rolling its burning eyes. You detect Concelhaut's energy and essence still bound inside it. The shelves of this bookcase overflow with books, loose pages, and miscellaneous artifacts. Many of the spines you can see are scrawled with indecipherable glyphs, and more are completely blank. A proper search of this mess would probably take hours. A book is stuck to the shelf at an odd angle, and you notice that it's pinned in place by a stiletto. You take the weapon and leave the ruined book. Hours of searching leave your back aching and your eyes sore. You don't find anything else of value. Gain exceptional stiletto. Digging through the shelves, you pick up something that feels like a stack of scrolls. On closer inspection, you realize that they are troll skins.
Of course.
The rich fabric is as smooth as lambskin and softer than most beds. This book burns your hands when you touch it. What? The clay tablet is ancient and most of the symbols inscribed upon it are indecipherable. This book burns your hands when you touch it.
Yes?
As you draw close, the words on this scroll fade and disappear.
Of course.
The rust-red figures on this scroll look as though they were written in blood. The book contains a list of names, most of which are crossed off. You recognize the 4 names which haven't been touched yet: Sabel, Pelden, Thanos, and Uwariki. So this implies there are a lot more apprentices other than these 4. But they've been crossed off, so they died. So there were more than 4 apprentices who are rivals themselves, and they started to kill each other one by one, I guess. They started conspiring against one another until some or most are crossed off, until only 4 remain. And now the only one remain is Uwariki. Now she has access to Concelhaut's chamber. Nasu traveled and inquired all over the eastern reach to track down the missing monks. One by one the monks came across Nasu's path in a variety of forms, some kith, some beast, some in unique forms. Having apparently forgotten why they had set out on their meditation, the monks engaged Nasu in a protracted series of philosophical conversations. What? Ultimately, each monk traveled back through the mental labyrinths they had created, triggering a spontaneous realization and subsequent molting back into their original form. When they had all returned to their monastery, they presented Nasu with a chime. Each monk had donated one of the chime's 12 bells to the final instrument. Oh, really? The looking inward chime. This beautiful chime was created by the 12 monks of the Ixtlochi, whom you rescued from their mental labyrinths. Each chime possesses the ability to turn the user invisible once. Okay. Dunrit Scion has arrived, seeking employment. Oh, okay.
I'm here.
I don't believe it. You killed Concelhaut. I had nothing to do with any of that, of course.
Wariki eyes you warily. Arismetal says, "What are you going to do now?" Wariki says, "I'm going to continue my research. Perhaps Concelhaut has some lore in his library that could prove useful. Now if you'll excuse me, I must get back to work." "Okay, so you have the whole tower for yourself, and the whole library for yourself. Enjoy. Just remember, this wouldn't happen without Arismetal, the Lord of Kite Nua. So next time the Lord of Kite Nua requires your assistance, I hope that you would answer. As thanks for what Aris has done here, opening the whole library for you and just for you." Wariki nods at you and then goes back to scribbling in her notes. "I expect you to answer my call next time. The call of the Lord of Kite Nua." "I've defeated Concelhaut, one of the greatest wizards in Eora. My goodness, Arismetal, first he cleared Kite Nua, and he protected his claim of Kite Nua against Lord Gathbin, and then he killed the Adra dragon down in the Endless Path, and now he killed Concelhaut, one of the greatest wizards in Eora. Arismetal's name surely will spread far and wide." "Oh, I can summon Concelhaut with his skull. Oh, interesting."
I must say, I'm impressed.
I have heard terrible things. I worried you would not return. Is it true that there are riots in Defiance Bay, and that Avar Wolfgren has been slain?
Arismital says, "It's true." Steward says, "How terrible. But I am glad that you are unharmed, my lord. I can only hope the city recovers. And, my dear steward, I thought you might be interested in knowing about what happened at Krakhold. I'll tell you the story later." Alright.
I must say, I'm impressed.
So, I'm just thinking. Concelhaut wants Arismital's Watcher soul to create a spell that can manipulate time. I wonder, are the other Archmages, the ones that Concelhaut mentioned, what were their names? Arkemir, Minoleta, Lengrath, who else? Maura from the Seven Hills. You know, there were other names that Concelhaut mentioned. I wonder if those all other Archmages will also want Arismital's soul for whatever spell they want to create. If so, then Arismital will be a hunted individual by these Archmages. Well, I hope Arismital can handle them if they ever come to take his soul. Right? earlier. This place is submerged. I guess it's because of the flood that destroyed Mudmudder Bridge. I think one of the NPC right outside Defiance Bay gate said something about the flood has diminished. Maybe that's why this place is no longer submerged. Is it wise to have Concelhaut's skull as a pet instead of the usual animal? Will this Concelhaut skull turn on us? I hope not. He arrives at last. Oh well, someone has been waiting for us. Leaden Key Wizard says, well, a woman in robes flanked by an armed group. Savors every word before whispering the next. Finally. You should have remained in Defiance Bay, she draws a smile. Pale and full, that droops below her recessed chin. But I'm glad you didn't have better sense. I've looked forward to this since you got in our way. Any last words? After all the effort you've mustered, it would be a shame to end it quietly. Arismital says, can I not fight them? Arismital says, walk away before you get hurt. But that sounds too confident for Arismital. Let's choose the stoic option. Arismital stays silent. The woman taps her foot on the damp ground. Nothing? She looks at her henchmen. They shrug. She turns to you. Her smile deformed into a scowl. You mock the Leaden Key for the last time. Time to end this. Moss has taken root in the damp stone. A lizard scurries under the rock. Le Remen.
Let's see what we found. Carrying too much weight.
Souls bound in eternity.
Let's see what we
These bones are partially corroded. They're coated with thick slime. Oh, the slime enemies, perhaps? Victim of the slime enemies. I just remember, if the water level has decreased, perhaps the ruins in the previous section also has been freed of the water. Let's check it out.
The enemy is over that way.
Yes?
The Angwithan symbols are worn and faded, but the words strike a familiar chord: duty before self. Stonehead. You hear grating and grinding coming from the stonehead above you. The chips of Adra in its eye sockets glow bright green. A voice deep and resonant echoes from the stone mouth. What begins as a garble of language resolves itself in your own mother tongue. The stonehead says, "There is no truer blade than essence forged in bronze. Turn twice to the left and prepare your soul for its reckoning." No truer blade than essence forged in bronze. Turn twice to the left and prepare your soul for its reckoning. Cryptic. The stone face's Adra eyes glow and a voice rumbles from its open mouth. The past is the hilt of a weapon. The true warrior grasps it and knows his strength. Speak the quality that defines you. Archmage says, "I bring people together. I'm at my best when working alongside my allies." Stonehead says, "So it is with your power." A symbol burns on the wall behind the stonehead. What symbol? Huh? The stonehead is silent, its other eyes have dulled. Small white stones bloom from the rock. They all feel firmly fixed in place, but there's a hollow where one appears to have been removed. Stonehead. As a green light spills from the relief's eyes, you hear another deep, rough-edged voice. Desire is the aim of the soul. It is purpose and direction, the sharpened point of a blade. Speak your ambition, that your soul may strike true. Arismital says, I aim to become a mightier version of who I am today. Stonehenge says, so it shall be. A symbol glows to life on the wall. It pulses with light, smoldering against the lichen-covered wall. Stonehead says, a vessel of flesh may house a soul for years, but a vessel of bronze will house a soul for generations. Enter the water and choose a vessel of stone. The stonehead is silent, its other eyes have dulled. You feel an unwelcome crawling sensation in your head. A high-pitched ring overwhelms your senses and is accompanied by an angry utterance. Invader, thief. The voice is alien and fierce, jolting through your mind like lightning. Needless needles step at your brain with every syllable, but vanish abruptly along with the words. The ringing in your head is gone. Someone has been accusing me of being a thief. Who is it? A cylindrical hollow, scarcely wider than the shaft of a weapon, runs through the center of this pedestal. The serpentine symbols and icons of Engwith, engraved into the floor, resolve into words in your mind. The warrior shall call forth 2 witnesses, and they shall take up positions upon the emblems that bear testament to the character of his soul. The warrior shall ascend the dais, soul vessel in hand, to undergo transference. Bearing his soul vessel and a weapon with the heart of Adra, the warrior may then approach the urn. In this way he shall fashion an arm worthy of his skills and ambitions. This large tunnel curves underneath the floor and continues to the east. It's blocked by glistening ropes of webbing that you might be able to slide past. The walls beneath the webbing feel weak and crumbly. With the proper tools you might be able to widen the passage, widen the tunnel with a hammer and chisel. You find a weak point in the rock and hammer at the walls of the passage. The brittle stone crumbles away. Within minutes, you've created enough room to slip through the tunnel. As you clear a passage, the needle-like voice digs into your skull once more, infiltrating, pursuing. You shall not have it. You hear a hungry chittering. Now, feed. Skittering creatures with gnashing mandibles pour from the walls. Sticky threads of webbing dangle from the mouth of the tunnel. The passage through it is clear enough. I'll save this for later. For now I will leave. These dead people, were they adventurers trying to find fortune, just like Arismital and his companions are doing right now? But these people, they failed. The symbols here catch the light from the braziers. It says all honor to those who give of themselves for the glory of Engwith. The pale stones around the room look dull and lifeless. Okay, these adventurers, yeah, I guess they are like us. But the difference is they're dead and we're alive. Poor adventurers.
Let's see what we found. Yes?
Shattered crystal crunches and tinkles underfoot.
Yes? Let's see what we found.
Okay, why are these spiders not attacking? I'm suspicious, highly suspicious. Wait a minute, is that a Vithrak? Nridex, a robed gangling creature lurches toward you, and you feel something needling at your brain again. The screeching hiss that invades your mind is edged with rage. Nridex says, digging and ferreting animal. Nridex pauses, its mouthpiece is clacking. When its words fill your mind again, they are tempered with fear. Nridex says, my legacy. Wait, it's a Vithrak. The character model is a Vithrak. Don't tell me, are Engwith Vithraks? But the Engwith at the endless path of Odnua are not Vithrak, they are Kith. So why is this Vithrak here? Nridex clutches an egg-like stone in its spindly fingers. The white stone glows with life and you feel a presence inside. The creature notices your interest. For the colony. Nridex cocks its head. Animal calm. Peaceful, yes? Nridex's thoughts echo back at you from within the stone. It occurs to you that a piece of the creature's soul is somehow housed within it. Oh. A piece of the creature's stone is housed in the egg-like stone. Arismital asks, what are you doing with that stone? Nridex's legacy, colony. Nridex's segmented mouth parts scrape together. Young are always few, slow to hatch, fragile. The creature indicates itself with a hairy appendage. Loss of colony, soon to die. Nridex draws the stone closer to his narrow chest. Long dead animals put spirit stuff in metal. Nridex points behind it. I keep spirit stuff in stone. Take to new colony. Colony alone is weak, young, frail, empty of wisdom. But two colonies together survive. Make strong colony. Nridex says long dead animals put spirit stuff in metal. I think it's referring to the Engwithans. They put soul in inanimate object. Like the animats, right? So what does he mean by two colonies? Whose colonies are these two colonies? Nridex strokes the stone. Need legacy to guide new colony. Keep it strong. What? Okay, what is the benefit of not letting him go? And what is the benefit of letting him go? Do I need the stone? I remember in the previous room I think there was an object with white stones, right? And it says that there is one missing or something like that. If I let you go, I expect that you will remember my decision to let you go. And when I call you for assistance, I expect you to comply. I expect that both Kaitnua and your colony to help each other through mutual cooperation. Can you promise me that if I let you go? I know that I don't have the ability to force you to keep your words. But at least I want you to remember this act of kindness. Arismito says, "Go, and may there be peace between our kinds." Nridek's black unblinking eyes stare back at you. Warm relief gushes into your mind. Nridek says, "Knows peace and gentleness. It does. Nridek go, bring legacy. Many thanks. Yeah, just don't one day come back and be hostile, okay? I expect you to remember this kindness and repay it accordingly when the time comes." Alright, so what are the spiders doing here? Should I clear this place? I mean, one day there might be more expeditions coming down here since this place isn't being guarded by any Glanfathan tribe. But it's not my business, right? If there is another expedition, it's their business to deal with the spiders. However, what if some children play around this place and they get inside? It's dangerous for them. Maybe I should clean this place. What would Arismital do?
Onward!
The stairs have collapsed, leaving a long drop to the floor below. Anchor a grappling hook to the edge and climb down. You secure a grappling hook to a cleft in the broken stairs and toss the line down. You slide down the rope. The rushing of a water rumbles in your ears. It sounds as though the lake from the gorge is still draining into some distant reservoir. Suddenly, a violent tremor rocks the cavern, and you feel your grip loosen from the rope. Sagani's hands release their grip on the rope, and Sagani plummets, landing face first on the wet floor. Ooh, I hope her nose isn't broken. You reach the bottom, your feet splashing in a puddle of water. This is the place from before. What a waste of grappling hook. Ah, Elm Shore. This is the place where I have a bounty for someone here. So this is the place. I see. Your party is considered high level for the content in Elm Shore. If you would like, the critical path can be increased in difficulty to give you more of a challenge. The rewards you receive will be the same regardless of the option you choose. Your choice cannot be changed once it has been selected. Huh? Your party is considered high level for the content in Elm Shore. Okay, high level. I hope I won't regret this. High level. Okay, I hope I won't regret this. Is this only applied to Elm Shore or the rest of the game from now on? Huh? I hope it only applies to Elm Shore.
Audra Arch, dead ahead.
My goodness, the high-level option doesn't play games.
Yes? Indeed. Let's see what we found.
Audra Arch, dead ahead.
Oh, the bounty, Nald and the Wise. Alright.
I'll handle this. It's done.
The bones have been snapped and crushed by massive teeth. Okay, this layout of the cave is similar to the layout of the cave where we found the dead body of Ingroid's husband, or ex-husband, because he's dead now.
Yes?
The Adra Arch looms in front of you, just as you saw it through Perasok's eyes. Sagani turns, watching the trees for movement. As the arch's shadow falls over you, the wooded shore fades into a different scene. You're standing in another forest, blackened. Bare trunks claw their way out of the soil and keep a solemn vigil over the young trees and tender shrubs. You move slowly through the woods and the ruins scattered throughout them. Stone pillars and broken arches show the bones of some destroyed building. Between and amidst it all are elves and orlans, their faces painted and their bows drawn. Examine the trees. The stunted charred trunks look like the aftermath of the War of Black Trees. Battles were fought all over the Deerwood and Eir Glenfath, and many of the deadliest fronts develop along the borders and behind major Glenfathan settlements. Study the terrain. The rocky landscape, cool air, and evergreen growth suggest that you are at a fairly high altitude. This is probably somewhere on the slope of a mountain. Arismetal says, burned trees, crumbling ruins. Where is this? No one seems to recognize it. Arismetal says, I've seen the next location.
I'll follow you.
Sagani counts the arrows in her quiver before adjusting the weights on her shoulders.
I always get a strange feeling near the end of a hunt, like an itch on the end of my nose. I feel like we're close.
Sagani hesitates. Arismetal asks, are you disappointed?
Not at all. After all this time, a part of me had already accepted that I'd never find him, that I'd be stuck wandering like this forever.
Sagani's hand lingers over a bone-tipped arrow.
I'll admit, I didn't believe you at first. Still didn't until now.
Sagani looks at you out of the corners of her eyes. Arismetal asks, what changed?
I haven't spent this much time around anyone since the long hunts in Nasitak. But I've gotten to know you, seen how you deal with Kith. Whatever else you turn out to be when we find Theos, you're honest. I know you wouldn't lead me astray in this.
Well, Arismital is not completely an honest individual. For example, he's dealing with Thanos back at Crackhold. He violated the gentleman's agreement. Well, technically he didn't, but you know, Thanos approached Aris first, before Auraki. Sagani says, what I mean is, thanks. No one's done this much for me in a very long time. Feels almost like I'm part of a village again. Arismital asks, what will you do after this is over?
Good question.
Sagani runs her hand over the smooth chiseled surface of the arch. After 5 years, I'm not sure what the point of this is. Parasok has moved on, and while I'm out here, everyone in Masuk is carrying on as normal. And that will be the case whether I come back having found Parasok or die out here. To be honest, I'm not sure what that means for me. Sagani thumbs the Adra wall with the heel of her hand. But I'm getting ahead of myself. First we've got to find Parasok, as well as your quarry, Arismital. Should give me time to figure out what I'll say to him. Arismital asks, what do you think you'll tell Parasok?
I guess that depends on who he is now. I'd like to think that traveling for 5 years entitles me to give him a solid earful about all of it. But what really matters to someone in Persok's position? The village he left behind? The family he likely won't remember?
Arismital says, I'm sure you'll know what to do.
You sound like my mother on my wedding night.
Whoa. Really? Sagani smirks. Sagani says, anyway, here's to finding our men soon. Yep, the sooner we can be done with it, the sooner you can go back to your familia. Arismital says, let's talk about something else. Okay, nothing new? Fine. I think Parasok has been reborn as one of the Glanfathans now. Dying monk, please help me, he says. Did the Stelgaer did this to you? Dying monk, the man on the ground gasps for air, clutching his chest as he struggles. On closer examination, you see his red cloak obscures the full extent of his injuries. His face whitens as blood pools around him. He says, "Please, traveler." He reaches out, arduously extending his hand to you. Arismitel asks what happened. Dying monk says, "Forgetful, so careless." He mutters, blood seeping from his lips. "Cuts on my knuckles for morning's practice." He holds his blood-soaked hand out in front of him. The Stelgaers, they smelled the blood on me, thought they found their next meal. The man reaches down to clutch his left leg, his finger running along a jagged length of bone protruding from his knee. "They were almost correct," says the monk. "Oh, a protruding bone from his knee? Ooh." Dying monk lets out a long sigh and smiles at you with a slow knowing nod. "You are known to us, Watcher. We know you have treated others honestly, fairly." His face becomes pale and lapses into a wide smile. "And I have need of someone trustworthy to finish my mission." Arismital says, "Be still. Allow me to tend your wounds, or at least ease the pain." As you move close to help, the monk places his hand on yours and gently rebuffs your efforts with his remaining strength. "Your intentions are kind, but I must embrace my suffering and ready my soul for its next journey. This must be delivered to my order." The monk weakly grasps for his satchel, drawing from it a messenger's scroll case. "Take it," he rasps, waving the missive at you. "It needs to be carried to the celestial sapling. Give this to my brothers, they will reward you." I have a feeling if I've chosen the monk option, he would have lived. Why didn't I choose the monk option? My mind already lingers on the monk choice. Why did I go against my instincts? Dang it, dang it, dang it. Dying monk says, "Do not open it." He cries out, his voice cracking. "The contents are for my brothers only. If the seal is broken, they will." Blood erupts from the man's mouth, streams of red oozing down his neck. His head slumps backwards, and his body goes still. I knew it. My mind already lingers on the monk dialogue choice. Why did I go against my instinct? Dang it. Examine the scroll case. The scroll case is crafted of darkly stained oak in the likeness of a thin tower. Along its length, 5 wax seals adorn the case, each with its own symbol: a small flame, an open palm, a crescent moon, a shining sun, and a balanced scale. The seals would more than likely break if you were to try and open the case. Arismital very, very carefully opens the scroll case, attempting to not break the seals. With measured hand, you very slowly massage the wax seals until you feel each seal slowly give way without cracking. When you are done, each seal appears visibly intact, and only a small application of heat is needed to reseal the container and hide any evidence of tampering. Before doing so, you read the scroll contained within. "Rejoice, seekers. The judicious application of pain has loosened the tongue of our informant. The artifact we seek has recently been moved to Elm's Reach. It should be secured in a residence near the entrance of the settlement. The informant suggested it is likely stashed away under the floor. We have endured much in our pursuit of this hallowed relic. Soon our efforts will come to fruition. The Council of Archmartyrs awaits your triumphant return. Do not fail us. Wait, so they're saying they have tortured someone to gain information about this artifact? I didn't expect the monks are doing this kind of thing. Okay.
Hmm?
What is this place?
Anyone suspected of treachery must be reported at once. Good, you have come. You have heard of the recent defections from our order caused by this apostate in Kratum.
A pale image of Thaos beckons you with a curl of translucent fingers. An answer floats to the surface of your consciousness, remembered from ages ago. Arismetal says, yes, I have. So in the past lives, Arismetal is a member of Leaden Key.
This is a dangerous woman whose lies spread like plague. She inspires chaos, sows conflict. Because of these unusual circumstances, I am speaking to all our initiates personally to ensure there is no more dissension.
This woman Thao speaks about, this woman named Kratum, is she the elven woman that appears in Arismetal's dream after he became unconscious? When he met Thaos, after Thaos possessed an animancer and killed Duke Ivar. Is this the one? the elven woman that was tortured, have had her fingers and toes cut off, had her spine broken, and her face and half of her face burned. Is this the woman that Faust speaks about? Arismetal says, "You mean because she was one of us?"
Who she was no longer matters. If her following continues to grow, there will be war, and all our work will be undone.
Faust hesitates.
You were recruited from Kratom, were you not? You must have known this heretic woman, Yavara.
At hearing the name, a flood of memories pours into your mind. Okay, so the woman's name is Iovara, not Kratom. Kratom is the name of a place. So both Iovara and Arismetal past self in the past life both came from Kratom. Okay, who was she in the past life? These choices are interesting. Arismetal lies. No, we never met.
Are you sure?
Arismetal says, yes, I haven't met her before.
As you say then. But I warn you it would be unfortunate should I learn differently from anywhere else. I am trusting you to remain loyal to the gods in this. If you do not, you will have greater powers than me to answer to. But you will answer to me as well.
After a moment, Thaus adds, okay, so Thaus is working for the gods, not just Wodica. He said gods, plural, not singular. What is he trying to achieve? And he said that I would answer to greater powers. Is he referring to the gods or someone who is on a higher rank than Thaus, but not the gods themselves? Interesting. Arismetal says, I understand your eminence.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Odena Firgest, a hero of the Saints' War, has arrived at the stronghold. She has asked for an audience with you. She was nearly set upon by brigands on the road, but your patrols intervened.
Hail and well met.
Firgen nods at you. Good hunting, I hope. What can I do for you? Arismital says, I'm here to claim the bounty for Nalran the Wise. Warden Firgen says, Whew. Smells as bad as he looked. Good work, here's the bounty. Anything else? What are the most recent bounties? Firgen says, found a few new offers. Let's see what I have here. A couple of big names on here. This time around, there's Daroth Grimaud, the vampire, and this priest the Crucible Knights are after. Also have a bounty here for the Green Death, and this last one's from the Glanfathans at Ibrel's Well. Seems they're after a looter. Arismital says, tell me about Daroth Grimaud. Firgen says, Daroth Grimaud, some kind of a rebel rouser. Fancies himself a visionary. Thing is, they've tried killing him before. It didn't stick. Now this vampire set up some kind of cult in the catacombs beneath the Copper Lane district in Defiance Bay. The Ducal Palace wants him removed. Permanently. Wait. I cannot enter Defiance Bay earlier. Does that mean I can enter Defiance Bay now? Arismital asks, was this about a priest? Firgen says, Thorfen, a high priest of the scattered god, has been desecrating gravesites all over Deerwood. No idea what he's looking for, but he and his men killed a squad of Crucible Knights sent to stop him, and now they want his head. The last known sighting was in the Eastern Wood. A priest of the scattered gods, so an Eothasian priest? Arismital asks, what's the Green Death? Firgen says some alchemist in Mercyvale wants the head of Glasdial the Troll, also known as the Green Death. The fellow didn't say what he wanted it for, only that he's willing to pay very well. If that suits you, I'd suggest you look for Glasdial in Le Aremen. Yeah, I've been there before. Arismital asks, who are the Glanfathans after? Firgen says, Songsmith Roska, a Norwich chanter. She and her associates have been looting Angwithan ruins, and the Glanfathans at Ibrel's Well want her to pay for her crimes, and they will pay us to see it done. Roska has a camp outside of Sliabanrilag. Arismital says farewell.
I must say, I'm impressed.
A curse of cold clay. All across the Eastern Reach, the people are being buried in graveyards and returning from the dead as vampires. Examination by locals has revealed that animancers had tampered with several gravesites prior to the burial. Local lords have released bounties for the capture of whoever is responsible. Unfortunately, the rapid spread of the events leads many to believe that a group, not a single individual, is behind the experiments. Oh, why are these animancers like to do experiments that are dangerous?
I must say, I'm impressed.
Odena Firges, got a moment? Would appreciate a chance to talk. Supplicant. A supplicant has arrived from Deerford village, seeking 850 CP or an escort. Just let's pay him off. Odena Firges says, "My lord, I don't wish to trouble you, but I could use your help in a personal matter." Arismital says, "Very well, let's hear it." You call your allies together and motion for the petitioner to step forward. Odena Firges says, "This is harder to say than I thought it would be. My name is Odena. I fought in the Saints' War, same as most of my kin. I followed orders no more. But between one thing and another, I guess I made a reputation for myself. They call me a hero. Every street I walk down, I get handshakes and comments. The dozens, they act like I'm some figurehead for their schemes. The things I've done, I don't get much sleep. The last thing I need is all this attention. All I want is some peace. Please, you're the only one I can turn to." Arismital says, "Sounds like you could use some rest." Odena Firges says, "Head out into the woods, you mean? I won't find rest in Defiance Bay. Seems like half my neighbors are in the dozens." Arismital says, "You're welcome to stay here until you're ready to return." Odena Firges says, "Really, that would be wonderful. Just a little time away would be enough. I'm sure of it. Thank you, my lord." Alright. I hope while you stay here you can at least help with the castle. I don't know, maybe you can train our recruits, help give advice how to secure the castle and the surrounding land. Teach the rangers some things if you have knowledge about being a ranger. The rangers need to secure the woods around the castle, and they will act as the first alarm of approaching enemies.
I trust all is well. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
What is the state of the keep? Steward says, "It seems you have quite the esteemed visitor, a veteran of the Saints' War. He's an inspiration to your gods. and makes for fascinating conversation. I wonder if it wouldn't be worthwhile to have someone take his account down on parchment. Oh, it's a he? It's a he? I thought it's a she. Odena Firgest. The name Odena, I thought it would be a she. Steward says, well, on to business. Supplicant says, my lord, I have an important matter which requires your attention. I already gave you money, now leave.
Greetings.
Greetings, my lord. Come to visit the dungeons, says the jailer. Do you have any instructions for me? What do you want done with these prisoners? I don't need anything at the moment. How long am I going to keep them here? It doesn't seem a good idea. Should I release them? I don't like caging animals. Oh, that means I also don't like caging Kith.
Greetings. Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign con.
Let's find this Roska, the songstress. Roska. What is her crimes again? I don't remember. Oh yeah, she's wanted for pillaging Angwithan ruins. The The bounty poster must be Glenfathan's. Oh, these are a group of dwarves. Okay. Okay, these are the group of dwarves. Okay, who's next? The Eastern Wood. What are we looking for in the Eastern Wood? Okay, let's find the troll first. What's his name again? Gladius? Glasdial? In Leam and Ren. I'm not good with names. I don't remember the name of the ruins. Leam Eren, something like that. An Andra disc is wedged into a shallow depression in the rock. Runes glow from its surface. It wasn't like this before. Who did this?
With it, rock!
Watch it with that.
Attack!
Shit!
Indeed. I'm here.
Okay, next is Esternwood. Who are we after again in Esternwood? I don't remember. Oh yeah, Thorfinn, the Eothasian priest, the priest of the scattered god, who's been desecrating graves and killed a group of Crucible Knights. Okay.
Ixi, Anna!
Okay, now the last bounty, the vampire. What was his name again? Darfeth Grimald or something like that. Not Darfeth, it's Daroth. Okay, what actually has this vampire done that the Ducal Palace wants him gone? Has he been hunting Kith for food? Vampire is this game's universe of a vampire, right? Or am I wrong? But how can I enter the catacombs? I can't even select the locations of any district in Defiance Bay. This bounty doesn't make sense. I can't even enter Defiance Bay. What the heck? Okay, it's later. Later I can access Defiance Bay again. Okay, let's continue on. Okay, the sealed missive. Where do I have to go? Celestial Sapling. An inn located within Twin Elms. Okay, I have to reach Twin Elms first.
Estramore?
Estramur still. The warrior saunters over, a sneer of suspicion visible beneath streaks of paint. He glances at your gear before favoring you with a long look. Another fugitive from the burning city? The 6 tribes of Glenfath welcome you to Twin Elms. Before you lies the Hearthsong district. You are free to explore it, but do not let your feet stray into the other districts. Those are forbidden to Estra Morwen. Oh, so Twin Elms is a city, and Hearthsong is a district. All right. Arismital says, "What can you tell me about Twin Elms?" Warrior says, "The city is sacred to all Glenfathans, as it is the place where our ancestors first encountered the Builders. That fated meeting turned our people from generations of wandering to a permanent home among the Builders' relics. When the Builders commanded us to settle here, they allowed us the unique privilege to live among their structures here. It is the only place in Glenfath where this is permitted. The sacred city is divided into 4 districts: Hearthsong, the Commons districts, Old Song, the site of our temples, Elm's Reach, home of Delemgan and Druids, and the Burial Isle, which is the most sacred place in the city. So Hearthsong is the Commons district." Arismital says, "I'd like to hear about Hearthsong." Warrior says, "This is Hearthsong. It's a place where Glenfathans and Estra Morwen may gather together. It is also the site of the Passage of the Six, where our tribal leaders, the Anamfatha, meet." He points to a large round building at the other end of the district. "That way is the market. Guard your purse there. No one bargains like a Glenfathan. And if you need a place to stay, follow the fence to the east. There you will find the way to the Celestial Sapling, where the members of the monks stay." Arismital asks, "Which temples lie in Old Song?" Warrior says, "There is Noonfrost, which is dedicated to Rimergan, a group of pale elves from the frozen Southlands arrived not long ago to oversee it. There is also the Nest, a temple of Helea, and Galawine's Maw, a den of beasts dedicated to the hunter god. The route to the Burial Isle also lies that way." Arismital says, "Tell me about Elm's Reach." Warrior says, "There lies Teir Evron, one of the only towers of the Builders, still in perfect condition. 2 great elm trees twine around it. Even the mightiest works of the gods protect the works of the Builders. 2 Delemgan sisters dwell there now. The whole of warriors stand at the other end of the district. Rumor has it that Anamfath Simok of 3 Tusks Telgair is there now. Oh, this is bad news. I killed Seafhota's group. He's from the 3 Tusks Telgair tribe. I hope no one from that tribe knows who killed Seafhota, or I'm going to have a trouble in my hands." Warrior says, "Elm's Reach is also where the Druids keep their halls. There are the Ovates of the Golden Grove, and the Ethic Knoll of Blood Sands. Many shudder at the brutal sacrifices of the Ethic Knoll, but High Ovate Erona is just as powerful in her own way." Brutal sacrifices. What kind of sacrifices? I hope you don't sacrifice Kith. Arismital asks, do you know anything about the burial isle? Warrior says, it is the place where our Anamfatha are laid to rest, among stones placed by the builders. They say the souls of some of the Anamfatha linger there still. The way lies through old song. It is the holiest place in all of Twin Elms. Arismital says, that's all I wanted to know about the city. Warrior says, something else you wish to hear. Arismital asks, why is it forbidden to enter the remaining districts of Twin Elms? Warrior says, Twin Elms is a sacred city, where the first keepers of the stone met the builders. It exists alongside the works of the builders, and it is the only place in all of Eirglanfath where it is permitted to set foot among these sacred places. The Estra Morwen, however, do not have proper respect for the stones here. Warrior's words trigger something in your memory. You see an image of a perfect cube of Adra. Just as quickly the image fades. Warrior says, a leader of one of the tribes could give you the permission of the city. Only Anamenfath Bethwell is present in the passage of the Six today, and she has her own troubles. The warrior jerks his head at a long hut in the middle of the district. So there are 6 Anamfatha, right? Each representing one of the 6 tribes. Out of those 6, only Anamenfath Bethwell is present. Alright. Warrior says, you have other questions about Twin Elms? Arismital says, I haven't heard of the Keepers of the Stone. Warrior says, the oldest of the 6 tribes. He points the tip of his sword at a long hut behind him. Up the stairs and into the passage of the 6. This is where our Anamfatha gather. Bethwell, the Anamenfath of the guided compass, can tell you more. Oh, Keepers of the Stone is the oldest out of the 6 tribes. So, I know at least 3 tribes. As of now, Keepers of the Stone, Guided Compass, 3 Tusks Telgair. What are the other 3? I don't know. I think I remember. Was it Thristwin? Or was it Serel? Or was it someone else? I don't remember. There was an NPC in Defiance Bay. This NPC talked about Guided Compass. And the NPC said, out of the tribes, the Guided Compass is the most forward-looking tribe of Eirglanfath. Arismital asks, who are the builders? Warrior says, you know them as the Engwithans. To us they are the builders, creators of the sacred places that we guard to this day. Arismital says, I'll keep your words in mind. Best that you keep your visit brief. Word has reached our ears that the riots have ended and the gates of Defiance Bay have opened once more, says the warrior. Alright, time to go hunt this vampire then. Warrior says, you have other questions about Twin Elms? No. Warrior says, old song reminds us of our past, and the builder's footprint. Beware of your candor among the merchants. Okay. So don't be honest to the merchants. Got it. The Dirwudans can't respect our sacred places when their own cities fall beneath them. Few words bring fewer regrets. Alright, so it seems the Glenfathan tribes are not strangers to metalworks. They have armor, shields and swords. They're not fur-wearing primitive. I mean, at least in regards to their combat equipment. I mean. Okay, how things are now in Defiance Bay. What is the aftermath of the riots? Wait a minute, Orimanth Hassan, Liliana, aren't these members of the Forgotten? Huh? I killed them. I killed them during when I was pretending to be the buyer for the Angwithan ruins. Why are they here? Huh? Orimanth Hassan, Liliana? They are the Forgotten. I killed them, and they look translucent. Are they supposed to be ghosts now? So the Forgotten members are the Becker characters. I've killed them and now they return as ghosts, I see.
Welcome.
I guess there are no new dialogues with Bishop after the riots. Then I'm guessing the other characters also will not have new dialogues after the riots. So it would be a waste of time if I try to explore the whole city again, trying to find new dialogues pertaining to the riots. I think so, yeah.
Don't bother the caddy, Tumak. You'd have better odds against Estelgar.
Good day to you.
Okay, it seems the Leaden Key agents in this place still don't know that I am an enemy of Leaden Key. Interesting. There seems to be some kind of a lag or delay in their communications with each other, I guess. I mean, this is an important information. How could they lag behind like this? Okay, judging from this, I think what I said earlier is true. There will be no new dialogues, no new scenes after the riots. It's just going to be a waste of time if I explore the city again. I'm going back to Twin Elms. Or maybe I could check the Ducal Palace and the Crucible Knights keep, at least, before I go back to Twin Elms to make sure there's no new things to be found. Seedley says, I can't believe the mob left this place in one piece. With Duke Ivar gone, we've got our work cut out for us. Hey, new dialogue. Okay. Not all hope is lost for new dialogue.
Hail and well met.
Firga's hair is unkempt, and her eyes hollow with sleeplessness. I'm afraid we're out of bandages and ointments, but the doors will remain open for any who seek guidance or sanctuary. I guess she's sleepless because she's taking care of the wounded after the riots, I guess. Records keeper. This man busies his slender hands filing scored books and rolls of dusty parchment according to some obscure yet deliberate scheme.